60 kilo category. 74 athletes are participating here. It's going to be a long day for these athletes to get through to even that closer of place in the final block later on today. But a good start for the Turkmen, as you can see, just exiting the arena. And here's some of the highlights of that move. Sangaku turnover, captured the arm, tied it up nicely, and those legs secured very well the Osokomi.
In white, Judo representing Hungary, Sabo.
And now we have Zabo from Hungary in the white, Lokiti of Kiribati in the blue. Well, Nokiti went over there very swiftly with that Marotti Sianagi and kept him caught in the early 30 seconds of this contest for Ippon. And sadly for Nokiti, he'll be out of the World Championships this time. But I'm sure we'll see him again very shortly on the world circuit as he builds up towards the Olympic Games. And here's the highlights. Marotti Sianagi, beautifully executed, controlled nicely, and as you can see, a sneaky little look up at the scoreboard to see if he'd secured the Ippon, but you couldn't doubt that at all. Shoulders flat on the tatami.
In white, Judo representing Guatemala, Julio Molina.
Now we have Kyrgyzbayev in the blue on our screens just there. Molina of Guatemala now in the white. Molina taking the first exchange of grips. Very keen to get started in this contest. Left hand on the lapel, and as you can see, trying to get that circling motion around Kyrgyzbayev, who's a very strong first match opponent to be up against. Kyrgyzbayev of Kyrgyzstan just taking his time, just not really putting himself under too much pressure there. Just waiting for the right opportunity. As you can see, he's got that right hand on the lapel. Blocks the attempt of the Sutemi Waza. Kyrgyzbayev there, as you can see, that right hand over the back, controlling his opponents, and Molina looked a little bit under pressure there. Felt the only reaction was to drop to the ground, both with a Shido apiece, and we're now coming, 1 minute's just gone. But there we have the first score now for Kyrgyzbayev. Wazari, and now works in the Niwaza, looking for an opportunity there, but decides to come back up into the Tachiwaza. Nice Ashiwaza. Kyrgyzbayev now, as you can see, with that right hand high on the collar now, drawing the head of his opponent down, trying to get a reaction, comes through with the hips. Didn't control it well enough there to get the score, but they've decided to give a Wazari Aseti upon, and Kyrgyzbayev goes through to the next round at the under 60 kilos. Well, he'll be glad to get that one under his belt. It's a good warm-up match for Kugasbayev, who'll go through to the second round, and we'll see him a little bit later on. But here's some of the highlights of that match. Well, he got the Wazari just about. He almost lost it in the mid-air. The hand went down, but he managed to pull that through and rescue the finishing of the technique. Now we have Sakari of Monaco in the white here. Pisco of Portugal in the blue. Both gripping up there, trying to settle in the desired grip for the ultimate control before executing an attack. Referee feeling that they've just spent that little bit too long just trying to secure it, but Sikadi picks up the first Shido for an infringement on the grips. But as you can see, Pisco blocking there on the hip, and he's got to be very careful the referee doesn't pick up on that. Well, this young man from Monaco really needs to settle in this contest. He's reacting under pressure at the moment and timing slightly off on his attacks. Both picking up a Shido apiece now, and we're 2 minutes and 31 seconds remaining. A good Tomonagi there, and a continuation now trying to get a spin at the end and to work through the Niwaza. So that was a good attack there from Sakari. Once more drops underneath his opponent. Well, he's put in a couple of strong attacks there, which will pile a little bit of pressure on this young man from Portugal. Well, Pisco now has to put in a few attacks of his own. Well, lovely Tayatoshi and scores a Wazari there. Beautifully done. Now works away in the Niwaza, but really he's trying to get that leg out. But first of all, he should tie up the head. The upper body control needs to be sorted first before any attempt of that leg. And as you can see, he doesn't really have that at this moment. Well, spun right through there for the Tayatoshi, stepped right across. A little bit unorthodox of the entry, but definitely a great finish. Once more drops under his opponent. And a Wazari Aseti upon. Well, this young man from Monaco started off a little bit slow, looked a little bit apprehensive, but built up in confidence and came through at the end to take his place in the second round of this under 60 kilos. And there you have that final touch there. Beautifully done. Took his opponent off guard, broke the balance, and took him out of the competition.
In blue judo, representing International Judo Federation, Isa Cross. In white judo, representing Zambia, Andrew Kinley.
Representing Zambia there in the white, Piri, and Cross representing the IJF. Well, over this year we've seen quite an improvement and a lot of confidence being built up in the Zambian team. Very, very strong athletes and very fit as well. Croix really trying to settle in, trying to get a decent grip out there, but as you can see, he's a little bit outpowered by this young man from Zambia, but technically doesn't look to be outclassed. The Kochigari there, as you can see, stumbling his opponent backwards. Didn't manage to get a score, overstretched himself a little bit too much, but needed to drive through with that back leg, left it trailing. Cruz there taking another stab at the feet, trying to break up the balance of his opponent. Now follows through into the Niwaza. Piri straight up onto the tachi, wasn't very comfortable or confident down in the Niwaza. Strong, yes, and this is what we're just talking about. Oh my goodness me. Well, Ippon, and he's not going to make sure that the referee and the care system are all of agreeing with that Ippon, but Cruz really underestimated this opponent. He came in with a half-hearted attack, left himself very exposed for the counter, and gave a good win to Piri. And that's a great win for this young man from Zambia. And here's the highlights. They had that very, very strong left-handed high collar grip. And there you have it, the Oso Tagari, the control on the head was what the winning ingredient to that technique and that beautiful finish. Well, what a start for this young man.
So welcome on Tatami 2, in blue, representing Azerbaijan, Leila Alieva.
Well, Zambia goes through to that next round, and this is going to be a very interesting match here. We have a very tough one indeed as well. It's the under 48 kilo category. We've got Catarina Costa of Portugal in the white, and we have Ilieva of Azerbaijan in the blue. Ilieva, cadet European champion, very strong athletes, a real promise for Azerbaijan. For the women, she really is improving every time we've seen her on the world circuit. But Costa, as I've always said many, many times and over, Costa, the little pocket rocket, she is a little dynamo. She's very, very strong and very fast in her approach in every attack that she puts in. And there you have Sianagi, and she's going to be a real contender. But this is going to be a battle and a half, because Ilieva herself, although she has slightly height advantage, she's very, very strong in her grip. Her upper body stance is very, very strong. And Costa will have to break that up to be able to get anywhere close to her opponent, to get past those long limbs. As you can see, Ilieva there with that left hand just under her opponent's right side, controlling nicely there and waiting for that right opportunity for those big legs to come through for the Uchimata. But she waited a little bit too long there. There's still a settling process in this contest to be done, and Ilieva takes the first Judo. Costa straight underneath her opponent. Alieva blocks it, now starts to work her magic in the Niwaza, but this time just doesn't get the right opportunity. Well, 2 minutes, 13 seconds remaining in this contest. It has, like we expected, a real battle between the Cianagi once more that we've seen Costa attempt quite a few times now in this contest. And each time she seems to get that a little bit deeper into and very closer to getting the score. Costa, as you can see, drawing down on those sleeves. She has a controlling lapel and comfortably with the left hand takes her opponent's right sleeve. To the frustration of the Azerbaijan. She comes in with the Uchimata, but as you can see, really didn't have that much of the upper body control and now leaves herself in a very tricky situation in the Niwaza. A little bit exposed down there in the ground. Alieva blocks the attempt of what looked to be a showing of the upper body of a Cianagi, but overstretched herself for the Kochi. But like I said, overstretched, leaving her at the back leg trailing behind and powerless to finish off the technique. But she's put a lot of work into this contest and put a lot of pressure on her opponent. As you can see, with 2 Shidos on the board, Alieva really has to now start pushing back and taking a little bit of onus in this contest. Whether she will get the opportunity, I doubt it. And there you have it, the third and final Shido. She really didn't get an opportunity, this young athlete, but what she did do is gain a lot of experience for a very young athlete coming through in this Senior World Championships. Costa, Katarina goes through to the second round and she'll be quite pleased to get that one under her belt and to move forward. It's always difficult the first round. You never know how your day's going to go until you get your first match out of the way. And the pre-match nerves put to bed. Well, here we have Carrillo of Mexico in the white. Planaru of Moldova in the blue kit. Moldova in blue, Carrillo, Mexico in white. Well, Planaru there, as you can see, controlling her opponent, Carrillo, on the edge of the contest area, piling a bit more pressure, leaving no place for the Mexican to go other than out of the contest area. But it was a bit of a 50-50 maneuvering into that positioning, so no penalty handed out at that particular time. But she's got to be careful playing the edge of the contest area. As you can see, that time she stepped out. The Moldovan just working on those sleeves to the frustration of Carrillo, who comes in for a Cianagi and maneuvers herself out of the frustration that was building up there, as you could see. Draws down on the head of her opponent, trying to get a reaction. Looking for that opportunity of the head coming out for the Ouchigari or the Osotogari. But the Moldovan falls to the ground, leaving herself exposed in the ground. But Carrillo not really wanting to venture into the Niwaza too much there. Obviously didn't feel like there was an opportunity or anything to be gained by staying down in the ground. 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. No score, but now we have Carrillo with 1 Shido. Well, the Moldovan tried to reach across with those long limbs on the right side of her opponent. Missed it completely, but now on the left side. It was a little bit scrappy there, that last, and it's sort of a dangerous move to be made from the Moldovan. Lanaru trying desperately to get that, as you can see, that left hand, and now she connects. Left hand on the right shoulder, but the Osotogari for Carrillo's there. But she's still got a strong controlling grip. Both reaching down and bracing down on those arms, both looking for the ultimate move. Well, 1 Shido on the board still. No other result yet. We're coming into now the last minute of this contest. Carrillo, as you can see, coming on that lapel. Only one hand at the moment, the same as her opponent. Lanaru, she can try desperately to get that left hand over. Doesn't seem to be able to connect, and I think this could be another Shido for both. And there you have it. Carrillo with 2, so now she's really treading on fine ice here. She's got to be very, very careful. 1 more Shido, and that will be a hand sokomaki, a disqualification of the first round of this World Championships. And she'll not really want to go out that way. So it's about putting a little bit more effort in here and securing the grip. But off that grip, putting in the attacks. Lanaru, she can play a little bit more of a tactical game, because if it's a 50-50, well, we're into golden score, and it's not an ideal situation for Carrillo, being 2 Shidos down. 1 more would be a disqualification. Lanaru from Moldova, she only has the 1 Shido. And it'll be interesting to see how she plays this golden score. Will she go for the tactical ploy of just making her opponent look passive? She plays the danger of picking up a Shido herself by doing the negative. Carrillo, first attack in on the golden score. But it has to be, like her coach is just saying, it has to be all her. She has to dominate this golden score. She throws the arm over the top, comes in with the attack, puts the pressure on the Moldovan, now works in the Niwaza once more. This time she looks like she knows what she's doing down there. A bit of a change of positioning, but Carrillo gets the turn. But as you can see, that's the Osakomi. It's secured. Can she? And there she has it. She works straight into that. What a turnaround. Carrillo on top now in the Osakomi position with seconds remaining and a place to gain in the second round. Well, it's a Tokita, but it was a Wazari anyway. She was wanting the Ippon, but Wazari Oseti Ippon, a Wazari, which is a score, and that's her into the second round. Well, she really had to work hard for that. So Carrillo goes through to the second round for Mexico, and we'll be seeing her a little bit later on. Now coming up very shortly is still staying with the under 48 kilo category. But before we do, this is the highlights of that match.
In white, representing Philippines,
Now he's stomping onto the mat here, very determined. It's Lopez of the Philippines who comes in there straight away with the Ouchigari. Great start for this young lady against a very experienced Spaniard, Martinez Ablenda in the blue. Ties up those legs going into the Niwaza for the Sangaku. Nicely tied, secure, foot on the back of the knee there. Squeezing that head for the Tatami. But there you have the nice turn. The hold down's in place. And within seconds secures what looks to be a win in the second round. Well, we're up to the Wazari, which was a Wazari, and now into the Wazari Ippon. But, well, I'm not sure about that. The gong went, and it has got Ippon, but it was only a Wazari because there was a Tukita, which was a hold broken before they managed to get to the second half of that hold down to make it Wazari Oseti Ippon. But so now the Spaniard leads with one Wazari. Lopez, who started off very, very strong, and Ouchigari looked quite dangerous, in fact, now is starting to be controlled by Martinez. Knows that there's a little bit of a threat here and needs to calm down the situation and take full onus of this contest. But there you have it, the Uchimata nicely executed for a Wazari Oseti Ippon and a finish in a place in the second round. And let's see some of the highlights. Well, there you have that foot come through the middle, the Uchimata. Upper body controlled very well. So Jacqueline Solis of Guatemala in the blue, and Chen Hui Lin of Chinese Taipei. Now the next round. Well, half a minute gone in this contest. Both sizing each other up, trying to get the desired grip. Solis more aggressive in her ashiwazas there, as you can hear them from here. Lin now works her way into the niwaza. She hooks behind the arm, looking for the Sangaku turnover, gets the turn, now has to secure the hold down. Can she manage to do that? Well, she's working hard. She needs to get a little bit more of a spin onto her front to get those shoulders down and the arch eliminated. But she catches the leg, which is bracing on the arch, and the hold down has been called. Now we're up to the Wazari mark and very close to the ippon, but Solis working extremely hard, trying desperately to get out, but Lin was just a little bit too tough for her to cope with on this at this competition. So Lin takes the win for Chinese Taipei, and we'll see her a little bit later on. Well, these matches are going very quick indeed. They're like little pocket rockets out there, so fast, and no messing around in this first round. And here's some of the highlights of that match, what little highlights we really did have.
Tatami 2, first round for women under 48 kilograms. In blue judo gi representing Dominican Republic, Estefania Soriano. In white judo gi representing Romania, Monica Ungurianu.
Well, Ungurianu, as you can see there in the white kit from Romania. Soriano of Dominican Republic in the blue. Well, what a start from the Dominican. Guerrero defending down there at the moment, still really overcoming the surprise element of that first exchange from her opponent. I don't think she was really expecting that, so needs to compose herself before her next exchange. This is a situation, the Ouchi Uchimata, good combination, getting the Wazari, that should have been. We've not got the score on the board yet, but I'm sure. Now if the Sangaku turns, she braces on that arm, and there we see it, the Wazari now being placed on the board. Rightly so, it was a good entry there, good combination of techniques, but still works her way in the ground, looking for that turnover. The referee obviously feeling that there was nowhere for that to finish. There you have it, the Ouchi, but the hand went down to try and stop, which one is a very dangerous move for the Dominican. She could have really hurt her arm, but a bracing like that doesn't stop their opponent from getting the final result. Ouchi Uchimata, those long legs coming very handy, and that's no ippon. No arguments with that one. Well, it was that hard, she's still really, the wind has been taken completely out of her sails. That was a very, very heavy fall for the young lady, but she'll recover. And Guerrero goes through to the next round for Romania. And here's some of the highlights. The Ouchi Uchimata, but oh goodness me, that finish there, she was going nowhere. Leveraged those long legs, took full advantage in this contest, and she'll be delighted with that one to be over and done with.
First round for women under 48 kilograms. In blue judo gi representing Chile, Mari Vargas. In white representing Pakistan, Humaira Ashik.
Now we have Ashik. Representing Pakistan, and she's up against Vargas Lee of Chile. Well, we're just waiting for the athletes. Well, not surprised really, because these matches have been coming fast and furious, and it must be bedlam in the back of house there in the judogi control, trying to get these athletes through the mix and out onto the field to play as quickly as these have been on the mat and off within 30 seconds. And so it's no big surprise that there is a bit of a hold up here. But here's the athletes now, and our screen just approaching the contest area. Vargas Lee from Chile just on our screen there, looking very serious indeed, and in the zone, as you would say. Very focused young lady. And there you have Ashik of Pakistan, there in the white. Well, she came in there with the Sianagi, left her arm up there too high. Just be very careful there, real overstretch, but Vargas Lee nicely turning her opponent over with the Sangaku turn, tying up that arm and now trying to secure the lower part of the body from spinning over. Needs to turn her hips a little bit forward and control that leg. Well, she's got the leg, the hips need to have a little bit more of a spin on it, but she's securing it and the hold is remaining. So nicely controlled, although the lower part of the body's almost in a spin out situation, the shoulders are still fixed in that into the mat. Very flexible athlete, but not flexible enough. So Vargas Lee, within the first minute of this contest, takes the win. Well, she can now calm down a little bit and control those nerves. But she'll be delighted to get that one over and done with.
Tatami 2. Now we'll continue second round for men under 60 kilograms.
これより第2試合会場では男子 60kg 級予選2回戦を始めます。青、ミラージュ・アクス選手、トルコ。
Well, now we come up to some real serious opposition here. This will be a very interesting, but definitely a crowd pleaser already, as this crowd applauds the number 2 seed, Takato of Japan, who's up against Akus of Turkey. One of the favourites for a place on that podium, if not the number 1 spot. The world champion, world seeded number 2, 26 years of age and 3 world championship medals. Last year's world champion and a bronze medal in the Olympic Games. So yes, you would expect that this young man would be one of the top favourites. But as we know, in this weight catch, we've also got Nagayama, who's also up for a chance on the top place of the podium.
Judo representing Germany, Tatami.
Well, Akas is not giving away too much here. If Takato's nice as she was there, Koichigari straight in for the Sangaku turn, catches that arm, ties up those legs round, securing that position, and with a spin, works for the Osakomi. Akos really working its hardest to get out of what looks to be a foregone conclusion in the Osakomi, and a good start for Takato of Japan. So Takato had a bye in the first round, along with Akos had also a bye, but their first match in the second round went to Takato for the place in the third round of this under 60 kilos. 74 athletes participating. It's a big weight, and it's a long journey to that final block. And there you have some of the highlights. Those legs secured so well. Akos really didn't have much of an opportunity to escape from that once those legs were secured.
In blue, representing Kenya, in white, representing Turkmenistan, Akberdi Jumayev.
Jumayev of Turkmenistan in the white. Golom of Portugal, of Poland in the Elcock of
The W1, first round for women under 48 kilograms.
Guyana
In blue,
in the blue.
Venezuela, Maria Jimenez. In white, representing Turkmenistan, Aziza Nazarova.
Jumayev there coming in with the Sianagi, controlling on those sleeves. Elcock looking very strong out there, controlling his opponent, but not managing to put an attack in as yet. Works to the edge of the contest area, has to be very careful of his awareness of the area that he's working from. Not to give away any valuable shidos there, but Tatami was up from Jumayev, who then follows through now into the ground, looking for an opportunity with that, an attempt of a Sangaku, but as you can see, the legs really didn't tie up the upper part of the body to make it effective enough. But the Tatami Sumigeshi manages to turn his opponent just onto the side for the Wazari and gaining a lead with 2.5 minutes remaining. Steps across with the Taitoshi. Now keeping his opponent down, brings the arm through the belt, gets a twist on it, turns him over. Bit of a wild move as he turned his opponent over. Really didn't have any finishing it at the end, but if anything, put a lot of pressure on Elcock. Well, Elcock really didn't have anywhere to go there and had to wait for the mate. Well, picks up his first Shido. So he trails with one Shido and a Wazari against him. Comes over high on the shoulder, but the Tomonagi now there for the Turkmen. Tayatoshi, seen that a couple. Oh, this time a double stab at the Tayatoshi, but this time it worked for him. Score a nippon, beautifully finished, and a good start. And Jemayev will be up against the number 2 seed, Takato, and that will be a major hurdle for him to climb. But here's some of the highlights of that first round for him.
In blue for Poland, Tatami goal. In white for France, Valentia.
Kaya of France in white, Golom of Portugal, of Poland in the blue. France white, Poland blue. The hips come through there. That looked very dangerous for the Frenchman. He had to react very quickly on that. Ashiwaza's attempt there. A little bit erratic going on, very, very uncontrolled at this moment. Dangerous for both athletes. Needs to have a little bit more security as they enter so wildly into those attacks. Sutemiwaza attempt though, and Kaya takes the lead with a Wazari. 2 minutes, 59 seconds remaining in this contest. Now this young man from Poland has got some work to do to come back. But I think the care system will have another look at it. Let's see, Sutemiwaza, a continuous move, controlled with the feet. Yes, I would have thought, looking at the angle, we'd seen with that shoulder, but it was controlled enough for me. Kaya, right hand controlling the left shoulder of his opponent. Golom comes through once more with those hips, and he is very dangerous if he can allow those hips to come through. Kaya working his feet, the Kouchigari, and then a Sutemiwaza attempt, good combination, and again a lot of pressure. Throws that arm over the back there, pulls him down into the Niwaza. Bit of a false attack there, really. He was trying to draw him down into the ground. But although he's scored has already got a score from a Sutemiwaza, I think they'll, well, he's not going to let him off the hook with that one. I thought he might let that one ride, but no. The false attack was too obvious, and he'll pick up the Shido for that. Golom overstretches himself, looking for the Kouchigak. The arm round the back. He knows from this angle he can come through for the Seanagis. Those hips can be dangerous if he's allowed to come through. And as you can see, there was the attempt on the edge of the contest area. Kaya really cannot allow him any flexibility on those hips as he draws him back there. But a mate situation was called. But Kaya still maintains a very strong lead. Using the feet, oh, what a beautiful finish. The Koichigari was there. He got the upper hand with the grips and finished it off nicely. Well, a very impressive second round match for Kaya, who goes through for France into the third round of this under 60 kilo category.
Tatami 1, golden score.
And here's some of those highlights, and they were superb highlights for this second round match. But as you can see, the winning ingredient there was that right hand that came round the back, just on his back number. It was controlling so well that there was no opportunity for escape there. Now we have Jacadeo of the Netherlands in white. Mamazov of Azerbaijan. Mamazoy of Azerbaijan in the blue. Jacadeo, a very strong athlete indeed, and he's had some impressive competitions throughout the year. And each time we see him, just seems to get that little bit more better, building up on a lot of confidence for this young athlete. World ranked number 12. Jacadeo, slightly smaller than his opponents, but very lively on the feet. Sharp reactions. The Azerbaijan just taking his time here. Looks a little bit too cool for comfort at this moment. Draws on the grips. Ochigari, very, very strong gripping style there, and very unorthodox, causing a few frustrations for the Dutchman. Well, Jacadeo takes the first Shido. Left hand goes onto the lapel, tries to avoid that arm coming over the top from the Azerbaijan, but controlling both sides now. The Azerbaijan looks to be very favorable there as he does his Sutemi Waza, and just loses out in getting a completion on that. Jacadeo does extremely well to get out of that technique. Superb entry for the Azerbaijan. He tied it up, you could see it coming, and just adds to the pressure that's already on the shoulders of this Dutchman. Mamazoy looking very calm there. Unlike the coach of the Dutchman, who looks on tender hooks at the edge of his contest chair. Knows his athlete is under pressure. Another attempt of a Sutemi Waza. Good exchange of footwork there, piling more pressure on the edge of the contest area, looking for that counter. Powerful Azerbaijan tries to draw him back into play as he works away in the Niwaza. So we're coming up to the last minute of this contest in the second round of the under-60s. Shakadeo really has to do some work now. He's been on the receiving end far too long within this contest. Mamazoy just coolly working his way through the minutes of this contest already. Hasn't looked phased or uncomfortable at any stage. The Sutemi was obviously the biggest threat that he has, and as you can see there, trying to maneuver himself once more in the Niwaza. But a false attack there, trying to, well, either the false attack or the lack of engagement in this last 30 seconds from the Azerbaijan awarded him that Judo. Catches on the hips, gets the lift. Oh, yes! What a finish! Well, it was a 50-50 there, and as you can see, Jacadeo slapping the tatami. So frustrated with himself. That could have gone either way, both attempting the same type of technique. Lifting from the belt, working from the core. But as we could see right from the beginning, the Azerbaijan just seemed that little bit stronger in that contest. He just seemed a bit more, it had a bit more power to give. So Mamazoy goes through for Azerbaijan into the next round, and he'll be up against Kaya of France in that third round match.
Tatami 2, next contest, second round for men under 60 kilograms. In blue, representing International Judo Federation,
well, that technique was only accelerated by the Dutchman. And for that, the Azerbaijan says thank you very much. But here we have Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan, a very, very strong opponent. One of these athletes that has gone a little bit under the radar as far as a risk to most top-seeded athletes in this weight category. Some great performances throughout the year. In Zagreb took the gold medal, and in Budapest 5th, and also in Marrakesh a gold medal this year. 7th on the world ranking, definitely a contender, but he's getting a good run for his money here with this opponent. Rashonizad representing the IJF. Is making Lutfilayev work a little bit for his money out there, as you would say. Comes over the top, a real threat, but there you have it, the Kochi and a Wazari lead. 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. Lutfilayev looking very much the more experienced of the both athletes. Roshanizad working extremely hard, giving a good impression of himself out there. He'll be delighted with regardless which way this goes of his performance against a very tough opponent. Uchimata's there. Oh, well, there was a lost opportunity there. He got the leverage. He was in so deep. I can't believe he never finished that. Halfway through the contest now, one Wazari, Lutfulayev remains in the lead and in control. Roshanizad, though, still looking very much a major threat in this second round. So Lutfulayev needs to keep his wits about him, cannot take his eye off his opponent for a split second, cannot lose any concentration, has to stay fully focused against this very dangerous opponent. Comes in deep. Arm over the top, again another exchange, a very strong exchange. But the Uchimata there, and Wazari for a Wazari Asetiapon for the Uchimata. So Lutfulayev will go through to the third round for Uzbekistan. The coach there, there's some of the highlights. The Uchimata, beautifully executed and nicely controlled. His opponent did so well against that opponent, so full credit to him. From Nepal, Bam in white. Alfa Faria. For Kuwait. Al-Fafari there on the receiving end in the Niwaza, holding on, but controlled well to defend in the ground against Bam of Nepal. Well, an even exchange of grips from both athletes. Neither one of them having an opportunity to dominate. But Bam takes the first Shido now in the contest with just under 3 minutes remaining. Side skipping there. Al-Thafari coming in with the Sianagi, now securing the Osakumi, but for how long? Well, 3 seconds, that's all it took. Well, Bam needs to compose himself and prepare himself for a real battle in this contest. He's not had an opportunity to show what he's capable of doing right now. It's been a very physical match. So an infringement of the gripping. There, Alpha Theory takes a Shido. So it's a Shido apiece now with just over 2 minutes. Alpha Theory now on the receiving end of some Niwaza from Bam. Looking for the Sangaku turnover, secures those legs, not well enough. But he's still persevering in the ground. Needs to dig in deep, needs to hook behind the arm rather than in front of it. Hence the reason he's not really securing the Osakomi well enough. Well, there was a real lost opportunity there for Bam. He had the time, but again he needs to hook in deep enough behind that arm. And as you can see, that arm keeps slipping out and the control. He's not executing the Sangaku as well as he could do. Needs to really work on that. There was 3 opportunities lost there to finish this contest. Once more he gets the Sangaku turn, but as you can see, the leg in front just working on the head. Looking at a different approach now for the
Hey.
57 seconds remaining in this contest. Bam had some wonderful opportunities there, sadly missed to capitalize on them. As both athletes are trying to tidy themselves up. Bam, as you can see, trying to stay focused. A little bit distracted, as you can see, the eyes all over the place, and it's one person he needs to stare into, and that's the one in front of him. Alpha Fari throws that arm round the back, draws the shoulder sideways, digs the head into one side, and now it's a bit of a 50-50, but Bam looking more defensive than his opponent, both exchanging with attempts of the Ashiwazas, but not really fooling the referee on that one. So Bam with 2 Shidos. Sianagi attempt from Bam. Another exchange, the high collar grip, drawing Bam's head down, working him on the edge of the contest area. Uchigari attempt, still piling the pressure. Bam comes in for a Sianagi. But a Sianagi where he was really under pressure at the edge there. He's got to be careful now. He's really walking on thin ice. And I think this could be the 3rd and final Shido for Bam. And there you have it. The young man from Nepal goes out with a Hansokyomaki with the accumulation of 3 Shidos. Alpha Thari from Kuwait goes through to the next round. And Alpha Thari will be up against Lutfilayev in that 3rd round match. But now we have Quilotes from the Philippines and Katz of Australia in blue. Quilotes coming in with the Sianagi. Katz exchanges with an opportunity for the Niwaza. That's straight into the niwaza. He's got the shimiwaza there. It's just a matter of time. It looks to be under the chin. Well, Joshua Katz had a great chance there. Positioning of the shimiwaza just wasn't right enough. But great sharpness into the niwaza though. Quilotes trying to take some onus in this contest. Now tries to exchange in the niwaza, digs in under his opponent's core, but slow to exchange, hence the reason the mate being called. Well, the Australian now has picked up a Judo, a little bit of a warning from the referee to now step it up a pace or two. Side skip, tries to attempt the ashiwaza there. Blocks the attempt of the Sianagi from the Philippines. The Australian now coming in, looking to draw out that arm for the arm lock. Turns into the other direction, needs to dig the heel deep down to the mat to get the flip over. Culottes defended quite nicely against that arm lock. But a nice little maneuver there from Katz. Head-to-head clashing there. Using the koichigari, tries to open his opponent up. Culottes coming in for the Sianagi, leaves himself a little bit exposed in the ground. Can the Australian capitalise on there? We've got the shimiwaza, and it's on, but how long can he hold it? Well, Culottes did extremely well to get out of that. I thought it was all over and done with there, and so did Katz as well.
In blue judo representing the United States of America, Adonis Diaz. In white, judo representing Uzbekistan, Rio de Janeiro Olympic Games bronze medalist, Gilbert Urosboye.
'Attempt of a Taitoshi there, but followed through from Katz, working the arm lock again once more. He's very sharp in his transition into the niwaza. Needs to work on the finishing though. "37 seconds remaining in the contest. I'm quite sure neither one of these athletes wants to go into golden score. Koichigari, oh, just fell short of getting a score on that. Left the driving leg behind. Really needed to drive more and bring that leg with him. Too much emphasis on the foot being placed for the Koichi. And once more does it again. Ah, leaves himself wide open for the Sianagi. Well, there was an opportunity for Quilottes to capitalise on what looked to be a foregone conclusion in this domination. But there you have it. Oh, so close. And the aerial awareness of the Australian was what saved him on that exchange. Well, Katz has to be very, very careful. If that isn't a wake-up call, I don't know what is. Both opting for the sleeve grips. Katz comes in for a Sianagi, but this one's deeper. Katz straight into the transition. Once more, Pilotes leaves himself exposed in the Niwaza, and is that Shimiwaza on? Well, it's very hard to see, but he's putting the pressure on the referee. Not sure whether he can see from that angle or not, or definitely we can't. There's a better look. Well, obviously wasn't, he does well, there's no doubt about it, to get out of the Shimiwazas. He's left himself very vulnerable on quite a few occasions, to the frustration of the Australian. Cianagi, well, this time a little bit better, and Pilotes on the receiving end this time. Well, 1 minute into golden score. It's been a real battle, a very interesting one between both these athletes. Very evenly matched, both showing some real glimmers of strength in this contest. Pilotes, though, piles a bit more pressure on himself with two Shidos, and once again leaves his head exposed, that neck up in the air, ready for the Shimiwaza. And how he manages to get off them, I'll never know. Pilotes, two Shidos to Kat's one. But it's the Niwaza that's very dangerous for Pilotes. He's very vulnerable in the ground. But Katz has got to be careful of the Cianagis. But maybe doesn't have to be careful too much longer, as it looks like the third and final Shido is awarded to Pilotes of the Philippines and Katz of Australia.
In blue, representing Georgia, in white, representing Spain, Francisco Garrigos.
And now we have Ben David from Israel in the white, and he's up against Zabo of Hungary in the blue.
Representing Hungary, Savo Chava. In white, representing Israel, Daniel Ben David.
Well, Zabo in the first round was up against Nukitu, a great win for him. Unlike his opponent, Ben David had a bye in the first round, so this is his first contest of the day. So he'll be a little bit sort of needing a warm-up here, Ben David, whereas unlike Zabo, he's had a feel of what it's like to be out here on center stage. Well, Ben David trying to sort of deal with a bit more of a sort of negative start to Zabo. Uses his feet, is looking a little bit apprehensive against the Israeli. To the frustration of Ben David there at this moment. He hasn't had an opportunity. He grips up. No sooner he grips up than Zabo hits the deck. Well, to the halfway mark and no score as yet. Still a warming up process for Ben David, I believe. Unlike Szabo, looks a little bit apprehensive. He doesn't look as confident against his opponent. A little bit possibly overpowered in the exchange of the grips. And there's the Seoinage. Oh, very, very close. Lost the control at the latter stage of that entry. But definitely a good start. Ben David now piling the pressure on Szabo. Once more, another exchange with Seoinage. Szabo trying desperately to work something in the Niwaza. Needs to compose himself a little bit here. He's had two strong exchanges and now picks up a Shido. Seoinage once more. We've seen that a few times now, becoming a little bit predictable. Szabo doing a little bit of chasing here, comes across for that Oso Tagari. Shows it, but no more. Again, using his feet to try and create an opening. A good combination set up. Well, Ben David now takes the lead. So the attempt that paid off. And with 13 seconds to go, the timing couldn't be more perfect. Szabo chasing it, but really he's running out of time. Well, definitely for Szabo, time wasn't on his side in this round. Ben David takes the win with that Wazari from the Sodi attempt and will go through to the third round of the under 60 kilos. And he'll be up against the Australian cats in that third round match, and that'll be quite an interesting match to watch.
Tatami 2, next contest, the second round for men under 60 kilograms. In blue to be representing Ecuador, Lenin Preciado. In white, representing...
Now we have Preciado of Ecuador in the white up against Papanashvili of Georgia. And as we know, Papanashvili, one of the top four seeds, fourth seed in this competition. This is the first match for both these athletes. Both had to... Oh, what a lift there from Papanashvili. Although Preciado looked very dangerous in that first exchange as he came high over the head of Papanashvili. Goodness me, Papanashvili went over there, and that's the danger. It's a bit of a 50-50 if he can connect and draw him over for the Koshiguruma. Papanashvili has to worry about that. But if he lifts himself too high, then Papanashvili has got that big leverage for the Uranagi. Oh, there you have it. And this time, once bitten, twice shy, as they always say. So Papanashvili got what he wanted. Pesido. Not sure if it was an ippon though, but they are going to give it an ippon, and wasn't seeing the final landing on it. It was a little bit wild at the end, but what a serious looking man. He was out there for business. Had a couple of opportunities there though, his opponent, with that koshiguruma that most probably ruffled the feathers a little bit of his opponent, but not for too long. So Papanashvili on target for a place on the podium, but he's got a long journey ahead of him.
In white jewelry representing Tatami, Martin Kubiri.
Now we have from Malawi, Kupuri there in the white, but as you can see on the receiving end of the Tatami from Verstraeten of Belgium, who doesn't seem to manage to execute the arm lock, but eventually does with the final turn. Well, all that within 31 seconds. Verstraeten knows that the dangers of these athletes that we don't see very often can give the more experienced athlete, because they're just so unknown. So for Verstraeten, it would be a relief to get that one out of the way and to move forward into the next round. But here you have it, Yoko Tomonagi leaving that arm exposed for the Tatami. And Verstraeten will be up against Papanashvili in that next round. So that will be, again, another interesting match from two athletes that are still reasonably fresh and not being challenged as yet. Kyrgyzbayev from Kazakhstan and Kitadai of Brazil in blue. Kitadai picking up the first Shido now. Not the greatest of starts in the opening 25 seconds of the contest. Kyrgyzbayev trying to sort out his gi mid-contest, and Kitadai didn't know whether to continue fighting. Had an opportunity there, decided that after a moment of thought that was going to keep going. Well, great technique. Awazari putting the Brazilian in the lead. And there we have, let's see this one. The Morote Sienagi. Whoa, what a belter. Oh, goodness me, in exchange from Kyrgyzbayev. A real sacrifice technique there, right from the core, getting that lift. What a comeback. Well, it wasn't too long that they evened this contest up. Very Kitadai coming around the back there. A wide range of techniques from the Brazilian. Quite dangerous in most positions. Two very strong attacks from both front and rear. But Kitadai with two Shidos. And one more would result in the hand sokomaki, so he cannot defend there. Kyrgyzbayev piles the pressure on. Koshiguruma attempt there. Continuing move, I like his consistent persevering all the time, keeping the pressure on. Great transition there from the Brazilian. It's just unfortunate he's left himself very vulnerable and exposed with two Shidos. Kyrgyzbayev trying to get that right arm over the top. He pulls in, shows the hip, which is making his opponent look very passive indeed. But it didn't work. He looked to try and get that third and final Shido, but realized that he was actually gripping on the same side of the gi. I think he tries to claim the Ashiwaza there, but it was an attempt from the Brazilian, and but you've got to give him 10 out of 10 for trying on that one. Well, Kyrgyzbayev really is just trying to steal the latter stage of this contest by making his opponent look quite passive. In a way, you don't blame him, because the Brazilian is very dangerous. He's got some very strong techniques and has the ability to throw and throw big. So Kyrgyzbayev really not wanting to risk that. Using his feet, the Brazilian goes to the ground. Good strong gripping styles from both. Again, Kitadai comes in for the Sianagi, wasn't in deep enough, and he's got to be careful with the exchange of techniques like that. Well, we're now into golden score, and the Brazilian has done well to keep that third and final Shido coming towards him, although Kyrgyzbayev was trying hard. Good strong attack there for the Brazilian. An attempt of the Uchimata from the Kazakhstan, who now pressures his opponent on the edge of the contest area. But once more trying to make the Brazilian look passive. Well, Kyrgyzbayev, we know, is capable of throwing, so he's really got to focus on trying to win this match and not on trying to steal it. Brazilian overstretching himself with the Kouchigari. "50 seconds in golden score." Well, I didn't think it would go this long. Today has done extremely well. He's had a couple of exchanges that were very, very strong attacks. Could have had this one right at the beginning with the first exchange. But it's starting to look tired now. And I think this could be the third and final Shido. And Kyrgyzbayev goes through to the next round of the accumulation of 3 Shidos to the Brazilian.
Tatami 1, second round for men under 60 kilograms. In blue judo representing Kenya, Carlos Atieno. In white representing Ukraine, Artyom Lestyuk. round 2. Next contest, the second round, men under 60 kilograms. In blue judo gi, representing Bhutan, Gavan Namgyel. In white, representing Bulgaria, Valentin.
Right, coming up next, Valentin Alipiev of Bulgaria faces Nwang Namgyel of Bhutan. Don't often get to see fighters from Bhutan, so he makes the most of it then. He's got a shot at doing something here in the World Championships. Alipiev, however, is a pretty tricky customer. However, there is always the unknown, isn't there? Try to roll him with both those sleeves. He's a little bit over-ambitious, I think. No chance for the Sangaku here. Not sure if he's trapped the arm properly. Looks a little bit too far away and we can't see it because it's on the other side. There you go. It's not on the arm at all. It was the left side that he was working on. Wasn't in the best position. Namgyel picks up a penalty for passivity. Two and a half minutes to go. Left-sided effort from Alipiev. That doesn't come off. Bulgarian just taking a little time to settle here, maybe get used to different fighting style of the man from Bhutan. Big right-sided Ippon Seonegi effort. Namgyel kind of falls off it. And there's no score. Roll here, but he missed his opportunity there. Felt the roll coming, but really he didn't follow it up. That's Alipiev. Once he decided to roll his opponent, he should have realized where that was going, where his opponent would end up and what his opportunity would be. Seemed to miss the last part of that, which was what will I do once I've rolled him. Anyway, we continue. Left-sided effort this time from Alipiev. Doesn't really trouble Namgyel, and Namgyel gets caught there. Gets countered. Not a bad little effort. Somewhat belated call of Wazari by the referee there. I'm not sure why it took him so long. Well, I wouldn't want you to miss out, but there is a top draw contest coming up on mat number 1. Nagayama Ryuju of Japan faces Kim Won-jin of Republic of Korea. I think it's the first time we've had a Japanese on the mat today, isn't it? Yeah, because we haven't seen Takato and we haven't seen Tanaki Funa. Oh, Tanaki has been on. I missed that. It happened so quickly. Well, Nagayama is on the mat, down on mat number 1 if you want to see him up against Kim Won-jin. Oh, Takato has also been on. All right, so I take it all back. Must have happened when I was out for a bite. Ali Pierre, time running out now. Leads by Wazari. That was enough, wasn't it? Just had the single score and only needed the single score. Good one. He goes through to round 3. Right, coming up on mat number 2, Dashtava Amatuvshin of Mongolia faces Jan Sikadi of Monaco. It'll be Dashtava in the white judogi, Amatuvshin in blue. And it may be that Larissa Kusat-Doyle is coming back in.
In blue, representing Monaco, Jan Sikadi. In white, judogi, representing Mongolia, Dashtava Amatuvshin.
Well, now we have Dashtava of Mongolia and Sikadi of Monaco. Well, this is the first match for the Mongolian. Sikadi, we had the pleasure of watching him a little bit earlier on against the Portuguese. Very impressive start for this young man, but this is going to be a little bit more challenging in this second round. Sikadi defending nicely in the Niwaza. And the crowd in the background here just erupted there as Nagayama wins his first match of the day. Well, Dashtava with a Shido on the board, 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest, both with that little side skip. Good opening for either athlete that's got a good ashiwazas. Kuriashi bare. Sikadi, they're in a very awkward situation now. But Dashtava didn't capitalize on an opportunity there was given to him. Chigari attempt, stumbling Sikadi off the contest area. Oh, he's really given a good impression out there against a very strong Mongolian opponent. Well, a poor attempt of Sutemi was there from Sikadi. Under a bit of pressure at that point. Both with a Shido apiece and just a minute and a half remaining in this contest. Sakari throws the arm over the top. Both battling at exchange of grips. Sakari has the second Shido at this moment. 33 years of age, from Monaco. A lot of maturity. 7th place in Montreal this year. But picks up his third and final Shido, sadly though, to give Dashtava the win and the place in the third round.
Tatami 2, next contest, the second round, men under 60 kilograms. In blue, representing Republic of Korea, Choi In-hyuk. In white, representing Laos, Sukhbachai Sititsanen.
Well, representing Laos, Citizen in the white, and he's up against Choi of Korea in the blue. Well, at the moment, Choi is just gripping up and defending at this particular moment. Really hasn't got started at all in this contest. Both had a bye in the first round, so this is their first match of the day. Choi, very strong gripping style. Citizen trying desperate to get past the grips and finds himself on the receiving end of an Ouchigari there. Anticipates it well and manages to just get off at the latter stage of that. As you can see, Choi came in but just didn't have the upper body control. That sleeve grip, he just let go.
Tatami 1, second round, men under 60 kilograms.
Well, just care system just having a quick look at that last exchange. The Ouchigari, did he have enough control to get the score? Well, looking at that, the shoulder was planted to the front. Well, no, it was behind. So I think that should be possibly Wazari. Landed on the back of the shoulder, not to the front. Different angle, it looks very different every time you see it. But from this exchange, yep, and they're giving it Wazari because at one angle it did have the shoulder hitting to the back, which would give it the Wazari. So Choi takes the lead with 2.5 minutes remaining. Ouchigari, oh, beautifully done. very, very close to scoring. Exchanged with another Ippon Sienagi. Well, Choi starting to sharpen up a little bit now. The warming up period is over. Citizen trying to ruffle up his opponent. And does a good job by giving his opponent a Shido for lack of engagement. Well, coach giving him as much advice as if she possibly can. Cho first on the grip on that lapel, as you can see. Left hand there, steps across for the Osotogari. An exchange of good combination of Osota's stumbling his opponent. Too many attacks, he didn't know which way he was going to fall. Stepping across for the Taitoshi. This time, stepping across for the Taitoshi, left himself a little bit off balance there. Citizen tried to capitalize with the counter. Didn't have enough control on his opponent to make it happen this time. Choi takes the lapel once more, comes in on the inside. Uses the head to maneuver his opponent to one side and opening up with the other. The lapel firmly gripped up. Comes out. Oh, what a finish! Goodness me. Well, now I see what he was up to. That head little movement, that swaying backwards and forwards under the front of his opponent was just a ploy to get a reaction and to switch it as quickly and as sweet as you could have ever seen it. Kosota, beautifully done. And what a setup. Well, here you have it. Well, we're just seeing the latter stage of that entrance. But what was so clever is the setup to coming through with that technique. He really did lure him into a false sense of security there.
Next contest, second round for men under 60 kilograms. In blue, representing Zambia, Andrew Lee. In white, Judo, representing Nicaragua, Luis Montes.
So from Nicaragua, Montes within seconds defeats Piri of Zambia. Well, he looks up and that was absolutely a delight for him. He had a bye in the first round and the opening there against the Zambian, whose first match was really impressive. So the attempt, taking that arm right over the top, just caught his opponent cold. He didn't have a chance on that one.
Next contest on Tatami 2, second round for men under 60 kilograms. In blue, Judo, representing Uzbekistan, Kubanechube Aibekulu. In white, Judo, representing Hong Kong, Lau Martin.
So we have Lu of Hong Kong in the white, Rebecca Lu of Kyrgyzstan.
In white, Judo, representing Kazakhstan, Rio de Janeiro Olympic Games silver medalist and former world champion, Yildiz Svetov.
Well, a good couple of attacks there. Kyrgyzstan turning his opponent in the Niwaza. Ibekulu looking the stronger at this particular moment of both athletes. Kyrgyzstan, 18 years of age, this young man. Making a good impression of himself out here at this World Championships. Continental silver medalist. Nice Sutemi Waza, Sumigeshi, scoring a Wazari and taking a comfortable lead now. We're just coming up to the halfway mark. A 5th place in the Junior World Championships this year. Obviously a young man to look for the future and gaining a lot of experience here in this World Championships. Oh, lovely, Sianagi, beautifully done, and what a finish for this young man. Well, he'll be up against Montes of Nicaragua a little bit later on, and that'll be an interesting match to see. Ibek Blue goes through to the next round and did that in style. The Sianagi manages to keep control to the latter end. And now we have the young lady that we've all been talking about. The reigning world champion, both junior and senior, graces our mat here today against a tough opponent, Kristina Costa. Biladid of Ukraine, Costa of Portugal. Now, we haven't seen Biladid many times throughout this year since winning the World Championships. But when she has come to the events, well, it's been an impressive performance that we've always expected and enjoyed. Those long limbs come in there very handily, and we have Uchimata, bit of the trademark for her. Ouchi Uchimata, high collar grip. Little well, working away there. Very tall, elegant athlete with a very aggressive kick to her judo. She side skips there, high collar, draws the head down, piles the pressure on Costa, who comes in for a Sutemi Waza, really to break free from the grasps of her opponent, Biladid. Costa trying desperately to avoid that long arm coming over the top that creates so many problems for her. Well, for Biladic, she had a bye in the first round, so this is her first match of the day. So it's really a bit of a warm-up for her as well. But Costa defeated the Azerbaijan. Alieva earlier on, and that was quite a good start for her. That would have built her confidence up. Still doesn't seem to manage to get past that left hand that comes over the top. Again, once more attempts the Tatami waza. Costa with a Judo on the board. And it will be another false attack, but there's really not a lot she can do. It's either that or go for the Uchimata, one or the other. The left hand over the top, draws the head down, the Ouchigari with that combination luring around with Uchimata. Costa just surviving out there, can't get away from the strong gripping style of her opponent. And this is the disadvantage that she has of being so much shorter than her opponent.
Second round for men under 60 kilograms, Tatami 1.
And the third and final Judo goes to Costa, and the win for the Sahan Sokumaki goes to Biladic. And an easy win, really. She didn't have to do too much other than pile the pressure with a really extreme gripping style that is so effective.
Second round for women under 48 kilograms, Tatami 2.
And now we have
Representing Mexico,
Dolgova,
Carrillo.
Russia in white, and Carrillo of Mexico in the blue. Dolgova, strong left hand on the lapel, looks for the Kosota. She can reach very well over there. Very strong on her feet, good balance. Well, Carrillo really hasn't had an opportunity to play much of a part in this contest as yet. There's a degree of threat there coming from Dolgova, although both athletes have picked up a Judo apiece. Dolgova there with the right hand on the lapel. Little side skip there, uses her feet to try and open up her opponent. Kouchigari, again that right hand controlling the left side quite nicely. Stumbles her opponent down into the knee waza, and now she gets that little turnover where she's working that arm. She wants to try and dig in, but well, she's got the osakomi. Carrillo tries desperately to get out. Very powerful legs, but not powerful enough. Wazari for Dolgova, which puts her in the lead with 2 minutes and 16 seconds remaining. Well, Carrillo now has some work to do. She really has to open up and start coming back and taking a more dominant role in this contest. Well, 1 minute 35 seconds there for the Russian team, the coach, Patrick Roux. For many years, coached the French national team, as well as a competitor for France. Now doing some wonderful work, along with his colleagues for Russia. Dolgova there just trying to calm the situation down there. Obviously knows that she's in a comfortable lead, but what's the danger that's luring between both these athletes, that both have picked up 2 Shidos, and one mistake or one infringement could cost them the round, and they would be out of the World Championships. So although Dolgova has dominated this contest throughout the match, throughout these minutes, she really now has put herself in a very vulnerable situation. She's given away some valuable percentages here. Well, she threw that arm over the top, and there we have it. My goodness me. If that's not an error with someone who's so experienced. She threw... Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Well, she obviously looked to control, but she controlled too much, and as you can see, the elbow was locked up, the arm was underneath, and the execution of what looked to be in this, it was out of control, but an arm lock from the standing position into nose. Oh, but they're allowing that to go. Well, she's a very lucky lady, that's all I can say. From the angle that we'd seen, there was enough pressure on that arm to disqualify. Well, Carrillo obviously not harmed by that action. But Carrillo comes back fighting. That fighting spirit is enough to keep her going, and digs in deep. Although she trails with a Wazari, 24 seconds to go. But with 2 Shidos putting the effort in and going to win this match, Dolgova has to stay fully engaged, otherwise it could be perceived as being negative. 5 seconds, well, sadly for Carrillo, the time wasn't on her side. And there you have Dolgova takes the win and the place in the 3rd round of the under 48 kilos. Well, Dolgova will have to have a look at that, and she'll have to be very, very careful in future of that exchange. It could have cost her this contest and the journey through this World Championships. There's some of the highlights that got her to that 3rd round.
Next contest on Tatami 2, 2nd round for women under 48 kilograms. In blue judo, representing People's Republic of China, Liliana. In white judo, representing Spain, Laura Martinez.
And now we have represented People's Republic of China, Li in the blue, Martinez Abelenda of Spain in white. This is the 2nd round. First match of the day for Li. We had a bye in the 1st round. Martinez defeated Lopez of the Philippines in her 1st round, so she's had that warm-up. She's been on this tatami, she's been out here. She knows how it all feels. And it's an advantage to her, really, coming out in this second round. Lee trying to come through in the inside. The right hand now on the lapel. Well, she's got both hands on the lapel at this moment, but trying to secure a better grip. Setting it up quite nicely, really. Martinez not allowing her to get through to the second move of that action. Hits her first. Well, Lee really has to start putting in a couple of attacks now. At the moment, she's had a good gripping style, but she's been quite defensive, really, with the grips. Martinez starting to make her look quite passive with the amount of work that she's put already in the opening minute and a half. So it's a Judo to both athletes. Coming up to the halfway mark. Sianagi attempt by Martinez, a little bit short in the in-cut, but this time wasn't, and scoring a Wazari. So just under the halfway mark now, Martinez takes the lead. So the attempt there that paid off. We've seen a couple of the Sianagis, they were a little bit short in the entry. This time was just spot on. A beautiful attack there coming under Yoko Sutomiwaza, scoring Ippon and a place in the third round. Well, she made light work of that contest, and confidently she moves through, where she'll be up against Dolgova of Russia in that next round.
Tatami 2, second round for women under 48 kilograms. In blue, representing Chinese Taipei, Lin Hao. In white, representing Mongolia,
So now representing Chinese Taipei, Lin Hao in the blue, and we've got Mokbat of Mongolia in the white. Mokbat ranked number 3 in the world, age 29, one of the mature athletes, and a very consistent athlete as far as performances throughout the year. Former world champion, but also multi-world medalist. 5th in the Olympic Games. This is definitely an athlete that is here this weekend, this week, for a place on that podium. Well, there's some tough opposition for the battling of those positionings on the podium, but she's one that can mix it with the best of them. Nice exchange of the Niwaza, Wazari scored, and Lin just surviving out there and no more. Well, there you have it. Sangaku Jimmy, and a win for Mongbat and a place in the third round. Well, now, here's some of the highlights. The Kohuchigari, beautifully executed. Placing her in a very good position as she transitioned into the Liwaza. So now we have Şentürk of Turkey in the white, and Guerreru of Romania in the blue. Turkey white, Romania blue. This is the second round. We're looking at Pool D. Winner of this match will go on to meet Mongbat of Mongolia in that third round. Very challenging task indeed. But they've got to get past this round first. And Guerreru has that height advantage and she plays well to it. Throws that arm over the top, that Uchimata, Uchimata combination. Is a very impressive skill that she's mastered well. But Şentürk there with the counter. Now, I'm not quite sure how they looked at that, but from this angle, it looked like Şentürk had executed an attack. I'm not sure, but there was obviously be interesting to see how that technique arose. So Guerreru effortlessly goes through to the third round without even breaking sweat. Big harai, Uchimata on, there you have it. It was that little Kohuchigari.
Second round contest for women under 14.
Şentürk tried to rescue it, but she was already going down.
In blue judo representing Israel, Shira Shomi. In white representing Kazakhstan.
So Guerreru goes through to meet Mongbat in that next round. Galbaldrak now in the white. And she's up against Rishoni in the blue. Kazakhstan white, Israel blue.
In blue for Hungary, London Olympic bronze medalist Chernovitsky Iva. In white for South Africa, Jeremy Umboy.
Well, both these athletes had a bye in their first round, so it's the first match of the day for these two. Rishoni very swiftly takes the first Judo. Oh, great start for the Israeli. Baldarak, first exchange of the attacks. Rishoni still has to settle into this contest. Well, attempt of an Uchimata from Rishoni. Galbaldrak just manages to slip that leg out. But she went down, so building up the confidence of Rishoni. So Temi was her attempt there. That's looked a score to me. It'll depend on the landing there, but it looked like a Sutemi was up, but obviously the landing wasn't good enough. Well, an exchange of grips, and Galbaldrak on the receiving end of a thump to the mouth, but accidents like that when they're so feisty. Galbadrak throwing that left hand over the top. She exchanges with the right, left around the back, trying to draw Rishoni's shoulder in and work off that side as she hooks around the back of the knee there. Rishoni being clamped down, as you can see, attempting a Seoinage movement, but just dragged down to the niwaza. Galbadrak looking very strong out there. But as you can see, is suffering from a bit of a bust lip from that last exchange. Tucks under, tries to draw on that shoulder, but Rishoni reacts well and blocks it. Circling out, Rishoni showing that right side. Throws the right hand over the top. Comes in on the lapel, but really doesn't secure the second grip. Attempts the Seoinage just at the edge of the contest area. Galbadrak nearly not looking threatened at all in that last exchange. Galbadrak there, left hand on the lapel, right hand on her opponent's left sleeve, trying to draw in on it. Rishoni does well to step across. Well, these two have battled away for almost 4 minutes. The only thing that divides them is that one Judo that Rishoni got in the early stages of the contest. Oh, yes! Well, I'm not sure whether she got that score. She thought she did. Everybody else in the crowd thought she did. Galbadrak, did she react quick enough? It was right on the second, but obviously reacted well enough just to make sure that she didn't land on her back or side. Rishoni now has to continue battling through, and there was a great opportunity for her, but she'll be quietly confident. But oh, Galbadrak, she comes in for a Seoinage, but Galbadrak powerfully dismisses Rishoni's move and plants her directly onto her back. Well, Rishoni will be disappointed with that. She almost was there, but almost was not good enough. Galbadrak goes through to the next round, and she'll be up against the winner of the next match coming up very shortly.
Next contest of the 32, second round for women under 48.
And the next round will be between the Colombian Alvarez in white and representing Chile, Vargas Lee. Now, this is the first time we've seen the Colombian. Should have been in the first round. Vargas Lee just seemed just only a short time ago that we watched her battling her way against Hajik of Pakistan. Good win, very swiftly done within the first 30 seconds of the contest, so it wasn't much of a warm-up match for her. So fair to say that really this is going to be the first challenge for Vargas Lee's day. Vagasli, as you can see, with the left hand coming in onto the right lapel. Exchanges it to come round the back now. She braces to try and get a counter. Anticipated well from Alvarez.
Ladies and gentlemen, we remind you that today we have the first day of World Judo Championships, Tokyo 2019, presented by...
So 2.5 minutes
Today we have
remaining in this contest. A Judo piece for Alvarez and Vagasli. And now the second Judo for Vagasli. So really she has to step it up a pace or two now to stay back actively involved in this contest. She's starting to let it slip by her. Started off well, but there's again a very soft approach to that counter for Vagasli. Alvarez taking the lead with a Wazari. The Sangaku from Vagasli needs to connect better on that. But still perseveres with the groundwork, keeping her opponent under pressure and punishing her down there. Here you have the highlights of that last exchange. Oh, Chigari, nicely controlled there from Alvarez. With just a minute remaining in the contest, Alvarez with a comfortable lead at this particular moment. Vagasli desperately making an attempt to attack, but losing a bit of control and balance, finding herself now once more in the receiving end of the Niwaza. As Alvarez looks busy, but doing very little at the moment, and won't blame her with just 38 seconds remaining. Tactically, she'll allow the clock to tick away by looking busy. She pulls out that arm, piles the pressure on, with just under a half a minute remaining. Referee happy enough to feel that there's something still continuing, but you know, now back up at 18 seconds to go. Now it's a tall order. It can be done, but time really isn't on her side. And Alvarez can play this very comfortably in a very tactical way by keeping her opponent at bay. Well, a great win for Alvarez of Colombia. It goes through to the next round and she'll be up against Galbaldrak from Kazakhstan in that next round. So I'll just pass you on to my colleague, Sheldon, to follow the next round coming up very shortly.
Thank you very much, Loretta. Well, I think we're at round 3 now of the under 60 kilo category. And coming up next, Takata Naohisa of Japan faces Hakbedi Jumayev of Turkmenistan. It'll be Takato in the white judogi, Jumayev in blue. Tall order for the Turkmen to come up against the reigning world champion, Takata Naohisa, and having to face him in the hotbed I can't quite call it cauldron yet, that is the Nippon Budokan, because it's quite heated up inside at this point. Maybe a little bit later this afternoon, or maybe we come to the final block, but there's still plenty of seats in here. Coach just being asked to calm things down a little bit, maybe slightly over-enthusiastic as far as the instructions during the contest are concerned. Once the referee calls, Mateo is on his head there. Well, how much of that was trying to avoid getting thrown, I wonder? Whoa, that was incredible. Maybe it was Jemayev that put Takato on his head. It didn't look as though he tried to avoid it. Oh, I don't know. They're going to have a look at it. There's a very, very good reason why we've got this rule. And Takato may have infringed this. If there's any kind of effort to avoid going on his back, using the head to avoid going on the back, then he'll be given ippon. Jemayev will be given ippon, and Takato Nahisa will be out. Whoa, it was half and half then. He doesn't get put out, but he does get Wazari against him, and now Jemayev leads with a little over 2.5 minutes to go. And my personal feeling on that is Takato is also quite lucky to have escaped with not having the ippon given against him. Well, that was as soft as you can go. He lifts him from, you know, 6 or 8 inches off the floor, thumps him back down, and gets ippon for it. I don't think there's much that the referee can do about that. That is the rule, but it's not the most attractive ippon I've ever seen. Well, we'll have a look on the replay. You can tell what it is yourself.
Tatami 1, next contest, second round for women under 48 kilograms. Welcome Judo in blue, representing Germany, in white, representing Argentina.
I'll tell you what, if Takato's playing the lottery tonight, he's going to win. Because he's just had 2 pieces of real good luck there. The first one was when he went on his head, and they gave Wazari to Jemayev, and the second was being given ippon for that. Right, who have we got on the mat now? Walid Kaya of France faces Davud Mamadsoy of Azerbaijan. It's Kaya in the white judogi, Mamadsoy in blue. It's rare to find an under 60 kilo category fighter from Azerbaijan that doesn't have, you know, a big competitive background. I can't say I know a great deal about Mamadzoy, and I'm not sure what it is that possessed Walid Kaya to bleach his hair. Anyway, at least he's got hair to bleach. So, the fashionista, that is Walid Kaya. I'm going to have a word with him after this. I'll ask him whatever possessed him to do that. Stretches with the right arm, and then the nice chance for a pick up there. Almost came up with Tsurugoshi. He hasn't finished yet, has he? Yeah. Well, Testing times for Mamatsoi, trying to get off that attack. Or several attempts we had there. Oh, keeps it nice and exciting. Beginning to bubble, this contest now. Half the contest still to come. 2 penalties picked up by Walid Kaya. Can you believe it? He's on the brink of going out, and yet he's been the one who's come closest to scoring. He really has. He's looked the most threatening. Look at Mamatsoi struggling there with that grip on the sleeve. Mamatsoi picked up a penalty for that gripping infringement. Minute left to go. No score between Kaya and Mamatsoi.
In blue, representing Turkmenistan, Aziza Nazarova. In white, representing Republic of Korea, Kang Hyojong.
Still can't believe that Kaya's on the brink of going out here. Single penalty will put him out. Better grip here. And again, Mamatsoi looking to go over with the right arm. He had nothing to do with that, though. He was the one coming under threat. The Azeri coach was asking for a replay. There really wasn't anything in that, and it wasn't entertained by the refereeing commission. Rightly so. That was a good effort from Mamatsoi, but it was felt quite early on in the effort, and Kaya was able to turn in time and not only avoid getting caught, but also there was the possibility of him coming up with his own effort. Nicely balanced as we go into the golden score period. 2 penalties picked up by Kaya. Mamatsoi just the one, and here's another effort, but this time he does get countered for me, and that should be a score to Mamatsoi. They'll have a look at that. This is the Azeri score here. He takes this over, he blocks it. He blocks that, takes it over, and comes up with the score. And the Azeri coach, for once, is telling him exactly the right thing to do. That's clever. Don't get overexcited. There's no need for you. There you go. That was the turn. Yep. Well, there are a few people in here who've been very lucky, and Walid Kaya is one of them. Mamatsoi was able to stop that. Walid Kaya was in full flow. He managed to stop that, and there was turn and control going down. It's another one who gets to buy a lottery ticket tonight. Takato Naohisa, a couple of fights ago, he was another one. He got lucky. Oh, well. There comes Walid Kaya again. And this time he absolutely flattens him. Well, what can you do? unlucky, in my opinion, Mamadsoy, but you can't argue with that particular finish. No doubt about it. And the other thing was they were both in there. One was this way, one was that way throughout the contest. Sooner or later, somebody was going to get caught. Unfortunately for the Azeri, it was him. Well, Loretta Kusat-Doyle only went away for a couple of minutes, and there's been plenty of excitement. She's missed out.
In blue judo gi representing Kuwait, Omar Al-Tufaili. In white judo gi representing Uzbekistan, Sharafuddin Lutfilayev.
Right, who have we got coming up next then? Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan faces Omar Al-Fwairi of Kuwait. It's Lutfilayev in the white judogi, Al-Tufairi in blue. Well, if this is anything like the last couple of contests that we've had, we should get some excitement in this one then. Lutfilayev is one of the most exciting fighters on the circuit. Devastating throwing techniques. Kuwaiti's got his hands full here. Not from the ground. It's valid for entry into Neerwaza, but not for Tachiwaza scoring purposes. Almost came across there. Whipped him over with the hands that did Lutfilayev. Sharp work.
Second round for women under 48 kilograms, Tatami 1.
So the Uzbek leads by Wazari.
In white for Hong Kong, for Tatami.
Well, can it be? That's incredible. What a shocker. Well, there'll be a replay. Lutfilayev may not want to see it. I've only been here for 3 fights. It's all happening. Goodness me. Well, it's not Ippon then. It could be Wazari. He does get turned. Yeah, he's turning with one arm, but it's not Ippon. Loretta doesn't like it for a score at all. No Ippon. Well, Wazari. Yeah, it wasn't Ippon. But the question is, how much of that was him from the throw? Okay, he does turn. I think there's a good case here for no score, because he's countering him. And does his back land first? Does any part of his body land first? That's the only other thing. Maybe the turn is the push is so big from Lutfilayev that when he does turn, he turns completely and he lands on top of him. But he's been given Wazari anyway. Lutfilayev now has a minute 40 odd. He's gonna, yeah. He's gonna come and sort him out now in the next minute and a half.
The W1 third round for men under 60
Uchimata, over he goes. And now Lutfilayev does end up with the win. Well, he kind of suspected that that was going to happen. We didn't, however, well, I certainly didn't think that Lutfilayev would get that close a scare. There was one stage when Ippon had been given against him. Right, who have we got coming up next? Joshua Katz of Australia faces Daniel Ben David of Israel. It's Katz in the white judogi, Ben David in blue.
In white for Australia, Joshua Katz.
Takes a little bit of getting used to. Our directional mics are so sensitive, they pick up almost every movement that the players make, especially as their feet go across the tatami. You can hear this little contact of as their skin races across the vinyl. Right across the chin from Ben David, and the referee called mate immediately. Katz on standing up picked up a penalty for passivity. We've had a minute. I think I can see my next interview partner up in the VIP stands there, Alina Dumitru, 2008 Olympic champion at under 48 kilos. See if we can drag her down here and have a chat with her. No score as yet. Single Shido picked up by Joshua Katz. Down on mat number 1, Yang Yong-wei and Luca Nkidze of France battling away. There's no score in that one either. Left-sided effort from Daniel Ben David, but he lost control of Joshua Katz's left arm and needed to keep that and pull that across his body, but once he'd lost control of that, that was the end of that particular effort. No way past the defense of Katz for Ben David, so the referee decided to call mate. The pair are back up on their feet now. We've got a little over a minute left to go. No score, just a single Shido against Joshua Katz. couldn't keep hold of his opponent. Once he'd lost contact, there was no chance of coming up with a score, despite the fact that the technique was unraveling. If he kept hold of his opponent, there would still have been a chance for a score. Anyway, didn't happen. We are into the golden score period. Ben David having picked up a penalty as well. He's had a couple of stabs, hasn't he, at that left-sided Morote Seoinage. Hasn't quite come close to rattling Katz as yet. Anyway, it is golden score now.
Score also on Tatami 2.
One penalty each. Again, the Morote Seoinage can't quite catch Katz. He got himself into a better position there. A little bit more threatening. Joshua Katz picked up a second penalty there. We've had a minute of golden score.
Tatami 1, next longest, third round for men under 60 kilograms. Welcome Judo in blue, representing Czech Republic.
The Israeli coach has been asked to vacate the chair, just a little bit too enthusiastic in coaching whilst the contest is going on. You can hear the Australian coach giving it plenty, but he does wait until the referee is called mate. Got to give him that. Nevertheless, he gets a little bit of a warning as well. Left-sided effort from Ben David again. Katz was able to move just to his left and avoid getting caught up in that. Both fighters really tired here. Two minutes of golden score we've had. A little bit too far away now. Joshua Katz has got to be careful here. He's already picked up two penalties. Can't afford to have one for a false attack now. Yeah, both fighters look really tired here. Some of the attacks look a little untidy. Not surprising, given the effort that they've put in. And now both fighters pick up a second penalty. Well, Joshua Katz looking at that attack and saying, Yeah, not troubling me. See that one coming from last week. That was failing so quickly that it almost looked like a false attack. Well, I think that last attack from Ben David really tells me that he's spent now. Big effort here from Joshua Katz needed if he's going to go into round 4. He could do this. Almost turned to counter in, sorry, a combination in a different direction. Katz is just falling behind the pace as well because the efforts aren't that great from Ben David, but at least he's putting them in. And he's not going to get any sympathy there from the referee. That was as close as Katz has come, actually. Got to dig deep here now. Yeah. Well, Katz wants to attack, it's just that his body hasn't got the energy in it. Both fighters absolutely spent here. Almost caught him with the Kojigari. But he's leveled things up as far as the attacks are concerned. That's important. He was running the risk there of getting caught for a penalty. Maybe for me it isn't the right time, but it's the right decision. You've got the right winner here. Katz just had the beating of him because he kept on and on and on. And there was a time when I felt that Ben David was just throwing in the attacks despite the fact that there wasn't really anything left in him. He just knew that he had to. Right. Coming up next, it'll be Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia. He faces Jori Verstraeten of Belgium. It'll be Papinashvili in the white judogi, Verstraeten in blue. With commentary on this one, it's Loretta Cusack-Doyle.
As my colleague says, Papinashvili there in the white representing Georgia and Verstraeten in the blue representing Belgium. Great opening there. Papinashvili straight out on the attack. Very concerned Verstraeten as he drops to his knees to avoid any confrontation there. Seems to have Verstraeten just bounced off Papinashvili on that last exchange. Works on the sleeve grips, tries to get a little bit of a bounce in those feet. Papinashvili had a bye in the first round. The second round didn't really have to go too much time. I think it was within the first minute of the contest. Well, a good of exchange techniques there, nicely done. Both really up for this contest. Chigari there for Verstraeten. Gets his head caught up though. It counters the entry of the Sianagi from Papinashvili. You just have a sense of a real feeling that both these athletes just need to calm it down a little bit, be a bit more precise in their entry, secure the grip first. Both are capable of throwing well, but without a decent grip and the right entry, it's not going to happen. So a lot of energy is wasted. Sasai attempt there, good movement. Papanashvili reacts. So good work rate from Van Straten.
In white, representing Georgia, 2019 European Games champion,
Well, Van Straten uses his feet very nicely there. Again, another Sasai. We also had the coach, Gary Kosota. He uses the feet well. Breaks his opponent's balance nicely. Attempts there a Sutemi waza. Straight away, goes in for the transition into the arm lock. Well, so far this young man from Belgium's been very impressive up against a tough opponent, the Georgian Papanashvili. He really still needs to put his mark on this contest. 2 Shidos with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Again, Van Straten uses his feet, first on the grip, opens up on the attack, but oh, well, it's just a matter of time. Papanashvili was just playing that game, waiting for an opportunity, and there it arises. Buzari in the lead and 1 minute remaining. But he still has the 2 Shidos, so he cannot afford to make any mistakes. Van Straten, if he continues the play he has done right up until now, without leaving himself vulnerable, he could still take this match. It's not a foregone conclusion now. I'm sure Papanashvili knows that too well. Van Straten tries to engage deep. The hip throws, which is, but those hip throws, well, as they say, the hips don't lie, and they definitely did in this match. And Papanashvili, in he goes, and the ippon there for Papanashvili, and a win into the next round. Well, that was a great match. Eventually, when Papanashvili got himself worked up into a bit of a frenzy, they came back fighting and showed the talent of an athlete he truly is. One of the top seeds, one of the top favourites of a place on the podium. If he continues in that sort of fashion, well, who's to say he can't be there?
In white, Judo representing Kazakhstan, Usman Kirgizbayev.
So now we have Kirgizbayev of Kazakhstan in the white, and representing Bulgaria, Alipeyev in the blue. Well, Kirgizbayev had a very tough last round match against the Brazilian. It was a very interesting, exciting match as well. It was very open, and Kirgizbayev managed to win over his opponent, but it wasn't for the want of trying. There was must have taken quite a bit out of him, but the Brazilian Kitadai was very, very strong and dangerous with his throwing ability. Alipeyev coming in under the center balance of his opponent. Kirgizbayev just playing a bit of a waiting game, trying to settle in. But the Bulgarian first on the attack, straight away with that very low attempt of a Tayatoshi. Kyrgyzbayev now comes deep over the back. Anticipated well. The Bulgarian comes in for a Sutemi-waza. Drops underneath, but a bit of a false attack, really. He's got to be very, very careful. Attempt was made due to the fact that Kyrgyzbayev was reaching over and coming in deep and a major threat. Cross grip, comes round the back, holding on the same side. He's got to be careful for how he does that and for how long. Well, past the halfway mark now, Kyrgyzbayev with one shit on the board. Alipayev. Putting on the pressure. So the attempt there from the Bulgarian. Once more, another attack over Kyrgyzbayev. Well, he controlled it well enough, but it looked a little bit messy, I'm quite sure. But a little bit of a relief must be for the Kazakhstan. Up until now, he'd been really trying to chase this match. Now he can settle into knowing that he's taken the lead with just under 40 seconds remaining in the contest. Sutemi-waza attempt with the Tomanagi. Kyrgyzbayev wants to keep him in the ground. Tactically, best place for him. Well, here you have the attempt, but Te-waza scoring the Wazari. Not so sure. It wasn't one of the most spectacular techniques. Second Judo goes to Kyrgyzbayev and also the Bulgarian Alipayev. Once more Tomanagi from the Bulgarian, a desperate attack from the last seconds of this contest. Well, once more Kyrgyzbayev has to really dig in deep and find something to get that win under his belt. So he does it again, and through to the fourth round he will go. And he'll be up against a very challenging opponent, and that will be the Georgian Papanashvili. Now coming up is Dashdava, the Mongolian, in the white, and he's up against Choi of Korea in the blue. Choi in blue, Dashdava in white. Dashdava, you can see, with the right hand on the left side of his opponent, trying to control that left side as he reaches round the back, hooks in for the Ouchigari and clambers over on top of his opponent to score Ippon. Well, there's a lot of relief being released there on this tatami as Dashdava celebrates that win. obviously means so much, one step closer. Well, the sigh of relief and the celebrations. He's still got a long way to go, though. So he doesn't want to be celebrating too much. But the Ouchigari, you cannot fault it. There was no escape from that. He clambered on top and he planted him into the mat. Not onto it, into it. Now we have Montes in the white. Aibek Ulu in blue from Kyrgyzstan. Montes for Nicaragua.
Tatami 1, third round for men under 60 kilograms.
第1試合会場男子 60kg 級予選3回戦青森津グランプリ選手ドイツ白2018世界選手権銅メダリスト永山隆二選手日本
Well, Montes, we've seen in the previous match, is very, very dangerous. He's a big, big thrower. Well, Sienagi taking the lead with the Wazari with 2 minutes and 51 seconds remaining. Well, that's a great start, and the pressure continues. Ipon Sienagi, beautifully executed. And that now leaves Montes all to do. He's got a tall order in front of him. He's 2 Shidos down and 2.5 minutes remaining. But it's mistakes like that that could turn this contest all around. Aibekulu made an error there as he went in for Sutemi Wazo, left himself very exposed in the Niwaza. Montes just sadly didn't capitalize on that opportunity. But still halfway to go. 1 Wazari down and also 2 Shidos. The Ipon Sienagi once more. Anticipated well by Montes as he spun out at the latter stage. Although it seems just one-sided on the scoreboard, it still leaves this open to quite an exciting match. I wouldn't want to just write this young man off from Nicaragua. There's been a lot of work, a lot of effort been put into this contest. But I think this is the final one, and there you have it. 3rd Shido been awarded to Montes Hansokamaki, and Aibek Lulu goes through to the next round, and he'll be up against Dashtava of Mongolia in that the 4th round.
Tatami 2, next contest, the third round for women under 48 kilograms.
第2試合会場では女子 48kg 級予選3回戦がスタートします
So now we come to another very exciting match, and this is the reigning world champion, Villadit, to Shirapova representing the IJF. And the well-known high collar grip of Biladid, straight out in the first exchange. Now works her way in the Niwaza, looking for variation of the Sangaku. Takes the sleeve, hooks in for the Ouchigari, left hand on the lapel, controlling her opponent's right side. Braces herself there on the exchange of Niwaza. Once more, high collar, left side, uses that grip so very nicely as she works with the Kouchigari, the combination of the Ouchi-Uchimata. There's so many variations that she can adapt herself into placing her opponent, making her very, very dangerous. Once more, the high collar. And straight into the Niwaza transition. Well, her opponent really didn't have a look in there, and another good, solid performance as she advances through to the next round, the quarterfinal stage. Oh, so much maturity in this young athlete's judo, and that transition into the Niwaza with the Juju Tatami, scoring the Ippon, was a wonderful finish.
In blue, representing Spain, Laura Martinez. In white, representing Russia, Irina Dolgova.
Now we have Dolgova, and who in the white, representing Russia, and she's up against Martinez Abelende of Spain. Abelenda has had a wonderful performance throughout the day. She really is looking on form, and this could be one of the first challenges that she'll have today. On the other hand, Dolgova, well, she was a very lucky lady, that's all I can say, against Carrillo, where there was an exchange from the Tachiwaza into Niwaza, where the arm looked in a very awkward position. So hopefully she won't exchange grips like that again, because I don't know if she'll get away with it. Well, in saying that, Dolgova looking very strong. The Ashiwazas a little bit less to be desired. As you can see, you can hear them and feel them from here. Needs a little bit more movement to make them more like a foot sweep rather than a foot hack that we're actually hearing right now. Very, very tough on the legs, and Martinez will be feeling that. Ouchigari, oh, nice attack there. And then another exchange of the Cianagi. But Martinez right back in. Well, second Shido goes to Dolgova. She's not really having a good start here in the 2.5 minutes. Well, they've decided to wave that off, and rightly so. I thought it was a little bit unfair, considering that the exchanges we've just witnessed against Martinez. Martinez there, as you can see, the left hand on the right lapel. She draws her opponents in, also slows down the pace of this contest to suit her style of judo. She comes in with the Ippon Cianagi. Dolgova tries to rescue it, but the Kouchigari was there, so Martinez there nicely executes the Kouchigari, scoring a Wazari. Well, she didn't actually get the leg across. It was more the tewaza. But still, well controlled. Now, Dolgova has got her work cut out for her. Well, she's still got plenty of time, 1 minute 45 seconds remaining in this contest. But she's got to really pile the pressure on, and this last minute has got to be all hers. She controls on the lapel and sleeve, traditional style of gripping. Tries to overstretch Kosota, but again finds herself on the receiving end of a Sianagi. Back to Sodi. Oh yes, a beautiful Kochigari, beautifully executed, scoring it upon, and what a finish. Well, she's bursting with pride, as you can see there. Absolutely delighted with that one. And so she should be. She was up against a tough opponent. But what an execution of some beautiful skills there from the Spaniard. Well, Martinez will go on to meet the number 2 seed, the current world champion in this weight category, Billa did a little bit later on in that quarterfinal stage. It'll be interesting to see how she battles her way against an even tougher opponent. Now we have, out of Pool D, Mokbat, representing Mongolia, and Unganerun Nu of Romania. Well, we've seen Unganeru fighting extremely well today. She really is on form, but so is Monkbat. A lot of experience under the belt of this lady, and there you can see it. What a spin under. There's such maturity and gutsy attempt there. It looked a bit like a Yoko Wakari there. And now follows it through. Skorna Wazari now trying to capitalize in the position she is in for the Niwaza. And there you have it. The arm was there. She managed to... What an aggressive approach to that contest. The Romanian really didn't have a look in there. She didn't know what hit her. Monkback looking on form.
Second round for women under 48 kilograms, Tatami 2.
Well, now this again, another interesting match from a very experienced athlete who again has been performing extremely well, and that's Galbaldrak of Kazakhstan. Totally dismissing Rishoni in the last match. Comes straight out with the Tomanagi, scoring a Wazari against Alvarez of Colombia. Now, not happy in just getting in there quick with the Tomanagi. She's right in there even quicker in the Niwaza and looking there to finish her off. A little bit of a tie-up on the legs and maybe not wanting to exert too much effort in trying to get a leg out. So Galbaldrak now leading with the Wazari. Still 3 minutes and 16 seconds remaining, but I don't see this going anywhere. Again, another Sutemi Waza, beautifully done, and takes her place in that quarterfinal stage where she'll be up against Mokbat of Mongolia in that match, and that will be a real challenge for both those athletes. There you have the highlights. The Tomonagi within the opening seconds of the contest. Then a switch. Uchimata, but switched to the Sumigeshi. Again, another Sutemi waza. Now, well, this is going to be a very interesting match. Takato from Japan in white. Kaya of France, who for me has been one of the most exciting athletes to watch today. But is it just that one hurdle too many for him? Picks up the first Judo, a little bit under pressure, throws that arm, and this is where it can be dangerous, when he throws himself into the attack. Takato, left hand reaching through into the gi, looking for that right side. But he does know the dangers of his opponent as he throws himself in and wants to make sure that he's in a positioning to be able to counteract. Well, Takato, rightly so, takes the Judo. Not so sure if the Frenchman deserved it, but second Judo there. Well, he got a bit of a bump to the nose and fell like a brick, to be honest. So let's see the exchange. Oh, he headbutted him. Well, that's the danger, and that's what you've got to watch, is keep your head out of the way, because Kaya uses his whole body and he won't stop until he gets a result. He's a very physical athlete, very dangerous, and for me, quite exciting to watch. Staying very much in the zone now, as you can see, he's very focused. Not the easiest thing to do is to stay out there and stay on form, composing himself and thinking his next actions. And as you can see, looking at the board, it is a battle of the Shidos at this particular moment, and we're not even into the first minute yet, and there's been already so much excitement, blood, sweat, and technique. There's no doubt about it. There's no tears yet, but the tears will come when the decision is made. Well, the nose has been blocked, the heavy bump to the nose, and oh my goodness, Kaya really is giving it to him. There's no respect on that mat, regardless that he wears the red patch as a world champion on his back. Kaya has got a bit, oh, well, it is a battle of the heads at this moment. This time, Kaya's on the receiving end. One bloody nose and one split eye, and we've just gone past the first minute. Takato trying to figure out what he's trying to do. And there, as you can see, some statistics there. Contest won 90% out of 110. So he's one that doesn't lose very often. I think he's panicking a little bit here. Well, I think I would be. He's up against a machine at this particular moment, a machine that's just going at him like it. There's no tomorrow. It's his big chance, the Frenchman, and he's taking full advantage of every second he can possibly have against Takato. Three times world champion. Well, he's definitely one of those supreme athletes in this weight category. And as you can see, the crowd supporting him all the way. For most of the young athletes out here watching, the hero of this weight category. Takato just checking out his nose. It looks a little bit red there, and maybe even could be even broken. But not easy. He's staying focused, trying to stay calm, knowing that his opponent's going to come back into this mat and he's going to go at him again. He's got nothing to lose and everything to gain, and that's how he's fighting, this Frenchman. And full credit to him. Well, he comes back heavily strapped. Sportsmanship-like, never personal, it's only business. Takato really has to calm him down. At the moment, it's like a train going downhill without any brakes. He is really at him, steamrolling through Takato. Takato really under a bit of pressure, needs to secure something, needs to just settle him down. But so far, it's Kaya doing all the gripping, but not following it up with any, so he's looking busy doing nothing at this particular moment. Takato really just has to calm this young man down. If he doesn't, he could end up being on the receiving end of a Judo, and this it throws it. Oh, and there's the Osota! Oh, it was so close. Well, that's the first real exchange, but then you've got, oh my goodness me. Well, could this be one of the biggest upsets? Takato under pressure. Kaya really is giving it to him. He wants that place, he wants the next spot. And he won't stop until he really gets it. Takato under extreme pressure on home ground as the guy that everyone expects to be on the #1 space here, the reigning world champion. Oh, well, it's not what we wanted to see, I must admit. We really didn't want to see that. Well, it'll be interesting. I'm not quite sure whether it was the grabbing of the leg or what, I'm not sure. Whatever it was, I missed it. And so did, by the sound of the crowd, so did they. But it gave us a lot of excitement, and it wasn't an easy task there for Takato. But to be honest, I can't see many matches going to go like that for him. That was a really tough, tough call.
Tatami 2, fourth round contest for 160 kilograms. In blue for Australia, Joshua Kess. In white for Uzbekistan.
Now we have Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan and representing Australia, Katz. And this young man from Australia has been doing extremely well. He's had a good performance throughout the day. Someone that we wouldn't have even given a look at the beginning of the day, but it will be definitely an athlete we won't forget after this World Championships. But he's up against a very experienced opponent, Lutfilayev, and a win from this would really be a major lift for the Australian. Well, Katz picking up the first Judo. 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. Oh, good exchange. But sadly for Katz, with the Ashiwaza, left himself exposed with the Ouchigari. Well anticipated by Lutfilayev, an exchange, giving him the ippon. And I think it was the ippon. They're going to look at the care system, but let's have a look ourselves. Yeah, the hand went down to try and block it, but the head, both shoulders pinned. And it was actually the Kouchigari that he looked there to throw him with. And no question about that, the Kouchigari for ippon as a counter of Katz doing the Ashiwaza. A great effort from Katz of Australia, a great performance throughout the day, and definitely a real contender in this weight category. Well, it'll be an interesting next round match where it'll be Takato and Lutfilayev.
Next one is the fourth round for men under 60 kilograms. Welcome to Judo in blue, representing Kazakhstan, Usman Kyrgyzbayev.
Now we come to the next match, which is against Papanashvili of Georgia in the white and Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan in the blue. This is the fourth round, place in the quarterfinal. Well, Papanashvili, it does take him a little time to just settle into every contest, but when he does, he's very sharp and precise in the actions that he takes. Actually built like a wee tank, as you can see, very, very solid on his feet, strong. Kyrgyzbayev has had some very challenging matches throughout the day. It's not been an easy journey to this fourth round. But with the first minute out of the way, both with no score and only one Shido on the board to Kyrgyzbayev.
Tatami 1, next contest. Third round for women under 48 kilograms. In blue, representing France, Bethany Kreman. In white, representing Serbia, Milica Nikolic.
Very, very strong gripping styles from both these athletes. They're getting very close up. Invading each other's personal space here. Kyrgyzbayev getting the lift. Oh! Well, the hand went down. Well, it was so dynamic there. Left himself vulnerable by letting go. I don't know about this. I would have given it a score, to be honest. Although he didn't land on the shoulders, placing that hand down would have broken the score. And yet, they're giving it to him. Kyrgyzbayev, with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining, takes the lead. Both hands on the belt, gets the left. Which way is this going to tumble? Well, Papanashvili gets the turn on it, but doesn't get the score. Papanashvili now coming through. That right hand round trap in the left side of his opponent. Comes in with the hips. Oh, Kyrgyzbayev does so well to get off. He breaks free of the grip that was going to take him over. Once again, Kyrgyz. Oh! A change of direction from the Sianagi to switching it to the Ouchigari. Good change, and evens this match up. There you have it, the Ouchigari, but again, once more, the hand went down to try and block the technique. Now, yeah, I would say definitely another Wazari. Ouchigari, yeah, he puts his own hand down to break. Well, well, they're taking it off because really it has to be the two, I suppose, but goodness me. Still under the minute now. Papanashvili has work to do. That's a second Shido for Kyrgyzbayev. Cannot defend this, he has to keep fighting if he wants to win. And that sort of action is what he needs to keep doing. Papanashvili, the further this goes, his seconds remaining, is coming up to the last half minute. Kyrgyzbayev trying to tactically keep him in the Niwaza, and the clock ticks away in his favor. 30 seconds remaining. Can Papanashvili, who's one of the top seeds in this World Championships, come back at this latter stage of this contest? Oh, well, it looks like he's gonna do it. The clock ticks away. He gets him where he wants him, and that's in the Niwaza. Well, 13 seconds, he's got to do something special. He's got to be gutsy now. It's an all or nothing. It can be a throw big, or he can actually go out trying. He's got nothing to lose, Papanashvili. He's got everything to win. This 31-year-old European Games bronze medalist, under pressure now. Can that experience be what it takes to be able to come back at this latter stage? Kyrgyzbayev, he can't make any false actions, but he doesn't, and he knocks him down to the ground. 5 seconds going. Kyrgyzbayev has to be careful. Any false error, and that's it. Kyrgyzbayev goes through, and smugly does he look. Papanashvili, well, he made the ultimate massive mistake when exchanging with the grips. He let go, allowing a free range for Kyrgyzbayev to throw him with the big Uranagi. He thought he was safe, but no, not at all. Kyrgyzbayev goes through into the quarterfinals, and Papanashvili goes out.
And number 2, next contest, fourth round for another 60 kilograms.
What a...
Representing Kyrgyzstan.
Well, this is unbelievable that Kyrgyzbayev has always battled. He's had a real... He's fought, 100% battled his way right through. When the odds were against him, he comes back, and an amazing athlete. So it'll be interesting to see how he continues on the rest of the day. Dashtava now coming up from Mongolia in the white. Aybek Ulu of Kyrgyzstan in the blue. Again, another athlete that's been really impressive, that went under the radar. But picks up once more, like we did in the previous, first Shido, and in the opening 30 seconds of this contest.
Tatami 1, next contest, third round for women under 48 kilograms. Welcome, Judoka in blue for the Republic of Korea, Judo. In white for Argentina, 2016 Rio de Janeiro Olympic Games champion Paolo Barreto.
Well, Dashtava pressurizing his opponent on the edge of the contest area. Seems to be controlling the pace in which this contest is going at this moment. Good strong kumikata. Abekulu just reacting rather than taking action at this moment. As you can see, just heavily strapped there across the chest there. Dashtava, left hand on the right lapel there as he pressures once more his opponent towards the edge of the contest area, very distracting for his opponent, and this is what he's looking for. Steps across for the Osotogari. Good control though. But the second Shido now been awarded. Aibek Ulu now under extreme pressure. One more Shido would result in being disqualified. Dashtava, as you can see, looking to set up his that hip turned, leading with the leg, as if he's looking for the Uchimata. But as you can see from that positioning, any technique can come from that, from the Ouchigari to the Kosota or the Osotogari. He's got a good range just with the stance that he puts himself into and the gripping skills that he has. It's a difficult athlete to predict what he's trying to set up at this moment, which makes him very dangerous. Dashtava, as you can see, with that right hand under the lapel, takes the sleeves as well, drawing his opponent down to the ground. I think now he's looking just to tactically finish this off. The Osotogari, oh, well, that's the first opening there we've seen for this young man. Osotogari. And with entries like that, would make him dangerous, but the time's just not on his side now. And it's going to be very difficult if he goes into golden score with two Shidos. Comes in with the Sianagi. And now we're into golden score. Still no score on the board though. And you can't write this man off at all, although the two Shidos makes it very, very difficult to take your time, place your techniques. It's straight off, it's got to be his all the way. Yeah, this is where the exchange becomes dangerous. There could have been the opportunity there for Aibek Ulu. Well, Aibek Ulu is coming back strong now. He seems to have had a second wind here. Controlling better on the grip, but has to really put in a few attacks. Dashtava plays a bit of a waiting game, and so he can, with no Shidos on the board. If he can control his opponent, where neither one of the athletes can actually put in an attack or change any direction or break balance, then it's a Shido apiece, which will go in the favor of Dashtava. Coach Garrick, both left and right. So the attempt there. 1.5 minutes in golden score. Well, Dashtava has a good upper body control, but Ibekulu comes in for Sutemi Waza.
Golden score, Tatami 1.
Well, this battle continues, and like I say, the word battle is exactly what this match is all about. Ibekulu, for me, has come back stronger. Somewhere he's just found some energy about him. He gave away 2 very silly Shidos that could have cost him dear, but he seems to be back in the fold now. Dashtava clambering over his opponent's shoulder. Oh, Chigari there! Oh, it was so close! Well, this has given so much interest now. It really has, sort of, where it was all one-sided at the first 3 minutes. The last 3 minutes now, for me, has been Ibekulu. Well, needs to, when breaking off, he needs to come in with an attack. Yes, oh, so close. Again, the Sianagi right through. One more, well, 2 strong attacks back to back. 3.5 minutes in golden score. And there you have it, the second Shido. 2 Shidos apiece for both of these athletes. Ibekulu has done so well to come back, and they're almost the Koshiguruma. Dashtava under pressure now. And it doesn't look good in the eyes of a referee when you actually start picking up your 2 Shidos in golden score. You had it all there on a plate and he wasn't able to capitalize on it. For the Mongolian, this is a disappointing situation for him to be in. And the longer this goes, the more that it goes to the advantage of Ibekulu. Sutemi was her attempt there. The Kyrgyzstan just keeps at him. Oh, Sotogari! Oh, again, a very... Oh, the Ochi! Oh! Well, they haven't put the score on. Where did he land? It looked big, it was exciting. He came in deep, but did he get a finish? That's the problem. Oh, Chigari, you couldn't have got any deeper, but, oh, well, he wasn't, just on the tip. It's a close call, isn't it? And with that many minutes in golden score, are you going to just throw in the towel as a referee and say, enough's enough? The entry was perfect. He just lost the control at the latter stage, well anticipated by his opponent. Diving out, drawing his weight forward to try and get out of that. Oh, goodness me. Well, part of me wants to see it go for more. I think it really deserves to go on longer. Yes! And let it all begin again. Let's see what comes up. 4 minutes, 17 seconds in golden score. This has got to be one of the most exciting matches and real comebacks. Oh, Shigari Kosoni, yes! What a finish! Absolutely amazing. Well, that's one to be speechless for, definitely. Goodness me. Well, I can't wait to see the highlights of that. I really can't. That was just something special. Oh, brilliant. Abekulu takes the win and goes into the quarterfinal stage where he'll be up against Kyrgyzbayev there. Oh, goodness me, what a throw. The biggest mistake was the Mongolian trying to come out from the Ouchigari when he felt threatened. He lost control, he lost any power that was generating through that technique. Well, my goodness me, throw of the day.
In white for Ukraine, the reigning world champion, Daria Bilogi.
Now we come to the quarterfinal stage of Biladid in the white and Martinez Abelenda for representing Spain in blue. Well, Abelenda has been brilliant today. Great performance from this young lady, but it is going to be a very tough contest here against the reigning world champion, both junior and senior. Well, Martinez looking to try and control those sleeves, especially the left one. Oh. Well, a bit of an infringement on the rules there, grabbing the hair, but I don't think it was intentional. We're going to let her off that one, but yes, a bit of an ouch moment for Martinez. Now Martinez, a very clever fighter, working once more and trying to control the sleeves of Biladid, especially that left hand. Oh! Oh, Sotogari, my goodness, another big finish. Beautifully executed. Well, Martinez really couldn't have much to say about that. Daria Biladid there, every bit of a world champion, on target to be double world champion on this weight. Oh, Sotogari, look at that. Oh, what a finish. She didn't just throw her, she buried her.
In Judo, representing Kazakhstan, the Olympic and world medalist and in white for Mongolia, the former world champion,
Now we have Mukbat in white for Mongolia and Kazakhstan, Galbadrak in the blue. a bit of a heavy exchange there with the Ashiwazas. Definitely a donkey move. Sangaku turnover, securing very nicely. Munkbat having no more of it, and now puts herself in the lead as the time ticks away in the Osakumi. It's looking very much like Munkbat takes the win. Well, Munkbat will meet Biladid in that semi-final position. Well, ranked third in the world. Very, very strong athlete and really looking on form here today. Definitely one to be watching. 29 years of age. World champion as well as being Olympic. 5th place. Someone that's always around the medals or on that podium, and will be pushing big style here in this World Championships. The next big hurdle will be Biladid. I'm looking at Biladid today. There just doesn't seem to be anybody that can stop her right now. Right. The man with 10 lives, the 9 lives, as you would say, Takato. And he's up again, Lutfilayev. Well, he had a real battle on his hands in the previous match against Kaya of France. Kaya really gave it to him, and he's got the war wounds to prove it. Lutfilayev will know that. Lutfilayev trying to get that arm over the top. Takato desperately to play this match, unlike the other round, to his pace. Controlling the situation, keeping that sleeve firmly down, wanting to connect with the other hand. But Lutfilayev putting him under pressure once more. First Judo goes to Takato. Well, Takato looks like he's in trouble there with that nose. He got a bop on the nose in the previous match. The bruising that's coming across the bridge, I wouldn't be surprised if it was broken. 2 Shidos for Takato, and we've got 2.5 minutes remaining. Lutfilayev tactically playing a good game here. Could this be one of the biggest upsets of the day? Oh, yes! Oh my goodness! Uchimata, he flew that one into the Makukomi finish. And Takato went over for a flying lesson. Well, my goodness, looking at that, where did he land? Well, he landed the shoulder, but then a drive through. But, oh, what a lift, what a finish. Crikey. I don't know if I can take any more of this excitement. It's been amazing. And Epon! Nufalayev takes the win. Well, one of the biggest upsets today. Takato has been a man with 9 lives, though. He's had some real challenging matches along on this journey. But Lutfulayev had his number.
Goes to the semi-final in the category for men under 60 kilograms. 3 times world champion and Olympic medalist Takato Naobisa goes to the repression.
Oh, well, that was definitely a win. I just don't think Takato really managed to get himself back in to the zone after Kaya of France. That was a battle and a half in the previous match that would, in all honesty, would have taken the wind out of anybody's sails. To be able to then come back and go up against another phenomenal athlete like Lutfulayev was really a tall order. The pressure was really on that man. So Takato stopped in his tracks for that final position in the quarterfinal stage. Papanashvili was stripped of a place in the quarterfinal against Kyrgyzbayev, another seed, another top seed. Shivabadze, the #1 seed, went out in the second round, I should say, against Jiang, which just leaves Nagayama out of the top 4 seeds.
4th round contest for men under 60 kilograms. Tatami 1 in blue for the Ukraine, Artyom Lesyuk. In white for Georgia, Luhu Chkuybiani.
Well, let's just see how they have all, but now we have well, we're just having a pause on Tatami 2, so you can switch across to Tatami 1, where Neil Adams will be covering Tatami 1. Chikmir Vimiani from Georgia will be up against Lesyuk of the Ukraine in that round. And we'll be back a little bit later with the next quarterfinal match.
Tatami 2, it's time for the last quarterfinal for men under 60 kilograms.
第2試合会場の準々決勝最後の試合です。
Welcome judoka in blue for Kyrgyzstan, Kubanich Begay Begulu. In white for Kazakhstan, Usman Kyrgyzbayev.
Now we have the quarterfinal stage against Kyrgyzbayev. Abekulu from Kyrgyzstan. Quarterfinal. Well, we've already seen one of the bigger upsets in this weight category. Kyrgyzbayev taking the first Judo. Well, hips come in there. Abekulu had a real challenging match. 4.5 minutes into golden score and pulls out the throw of the day for me. A match for the semi-final. Well, it just amazes me how this Kyrgyzstan can just keep going. But he's starting to flag a little bit here. But we saw this before, and he was down 2 Judos right from the beginning, early stages of a contest, and be able to dig in deep. That's what it was. He's got the mental toughness to be able to find it from somewhere. Don't know where he's finding it from, but my goodness me, he's been giving us a performance here of a lifetime. Both hanging on that belt grip, both eager to get that lift. Both will get a Judo for their efforts. Kyrgyzbayev now with 2 Judos to 1. Using the ashiwazas to try and break up his opponent, comes deep over the belt, there's a lift! Oh, ho, ho. Abekulu gets that lift once more. The powerful man comes in with an exchange. Abekulu really is some machine. How he's able to keep going is beyond me. And the lift, oh, crikey. Now he's trying, Kyrgyzbayev now trying to work and get the arm. Doesn't, oh, can he get the hold down? He's got the leg once more. No sooner managed to get the leg out, but it was that upper body control he didn't secure tight enough. 6 seconds remaining, 2 Judos down. It seems to be the reverse of what we saw in the previous round. Hip throw in there, Kyrgyzbayev, now we're into golden score. Well, this Kyrgyzstan is some machine. Another golden score for this man. Where does he find his energy, his power? He is definitely some machine. Just subhuman. Well, an attempt of a Sutemi Waza there from Kyrgyzbayev. Didn't really get the lift, but got the rotation to the side with 34 seconds into golden score. Oh, and a hack to the feet, knocking the Kyrgyzstan down to his knees. That was a heavy, heavy blow to the ankle. You could actually hear it from here. Timing a little bit off on that, but very heavily booted. Kochi. Ulu. Getting into, oh, and he came with the Kosota, just timed it off a little bit there, but a great effort. Well, Kyrgyzbayev coming over the belt. He's still got that belt grip. Well, he's saying that he caught his leg. I didn't see it, but instead of playing up to the referee, he needs to concentrate in the job in hand, and that's his opponent that's going at him like a beast. Kyrgyzbayev coming in for the Osota into the Makikomi. Well, they're all calling for the Shido, and possibly you would expect it 1 minute and 44 seconds. Abekulu takes that second Shido, so it's 2 apiece. Now it really is down to digging in deep and who has got anything left in the tank. Oh, he's all over the place. He's falling to his feet, from his feet down to his knees. It's taken so much out of him. I think one more effort from Kyrgyzbayev will be enough to seal the fate of the Kyrgyzstan. And yeah, that's another strong attack. He's just dying, absolutely dying on his feet. Well, he's looking for any air to be given to him in this. But I think he's got one more chance. He's got one more saviour here, but he has to put something big in. He has to dig in deep if he can, if he's got anything. He just doesn't have anything left. Oh, goodness me, throw in the towel, that's all I can say. But it's only tactical, he's just dropping into his face. But it's a throw in the towel there for me. Oh.
Tatami 2, winner in white, Judo representing Kazakhstan, Usman Kyrgyzbayev.
Well, it was definitely a tough match for this young man. As you can see, it's written all over his face, but there's some highlights there. But what an amazing athlete, that's all I can say. He did definitely have a big heart, but the tank went empty on that last one.
それまで。それまで。In white Judo, representing Nicaragua, Luis Montes. In 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 white Judo, representing Nicaragua, Luis Montes. Second round for men under 60 kilograms. Second round for men under 60 kilograms. Tatami.
everybody.